Hello everyone. Good morning. I'm tired. I'm really tired. But I said I would stream today, so I'm streaming. But yeah, this weekend I did productivity stuff, so no streams for the last few days, but yeah, we're back to the Warriors All-Stars grind. This game, I'm never getting done with this game. I'm gonna still be playing this game 10 years from now. But those 10 years can be decreased if I just do fucking shit game, terrible game I hate. But, stream goals today. One is going to be doing some grinding with Ryu Hayabusa. Last stream we ended it off by resetting a new game plus run. First one on stream, although definitely not the first one in general that I've done. And the reason why is because we need to do at least one more dramatic battle in order to get a single achievement, and that achievement is the last one, not counting the achievement for getting all other achievements. But there is one for clearing all story, hero, and dramatic battles, and that's the one that we need to complete. And to do that, we had to start a new game plus run. So that's what we're gonna be doing today, is prioritizing that, and depending on how quickly we do that, we will focus on doing Ryu Hayabusa. But yeah, the Ryu grinding, as usual, as with all of these streams, the regard grinding is going to be the biggest time sink. However, the main priority for this stream is going to instead be getting Zhao Yun, Sophie, and Moania on our team so we can unlock what I believe is the last dramatic battle. I could be wrong. And to do that, I had to start with Sophie. So Ryu Hayabusa isn't even actually on the team quite yet. We only have Pachta and also Opuna because you just start with him after you've unlocked him. He is an extra character. But that does mean that we can do a tiny bit, not a ton, but a tiny bit of regard grinding with Sophie for now. And she's not a character that I've played very much of, so I actually don't have very much regard on her at all. So this will actually be quite good to get a bit of grinding out of the way for her right now, before we actually start the dedicated grinding way later down the line. I say way later down the line as though it's gonna be like 20 characters from now, but no, actually I think she may literally be the character immediately after Ryu Hayabusa, so the actual grinding for her will potentially even start later this week. At least probably next week, or the one after. She won't be too far off. But for now, we're only using her to get to Zhao Yun and Manya a bit quicker, to get that final achievement. Then, for the entire rest of these streams for this game, after this point, all of them will be nothing but regard grinding. It's gonna be not fun, but it's something. Yeah, not too looking forward to that. I am glad to at least have a single stream of doing something other than regard grinding, but for 100% completion, it's something I have to do, so not much of a choice in the matter, unfortunately. I think I've mentioned before on another stream that Sophie's playstyle isn't really my favorite in this game. That does remain true, but hopefully, despite that, hopefully it'll be a somewhat enjoyable hour or so until we unlock Ryu, because the main priority is going to be unlocking the dramatic battle for Millennia, because I think that's the last one left. If not, I'll kind of just have to go after all of them for a while until I've checked every single one to be certain, but after I've gotten that one though, we will go back into Ryu Hayabusa, and that will be the rest of the stream past that point. Yeah, we're not gonna be getting many friendship or hot spring events for this first little bit of the stream, since we're playing as Sophie, and as I mentioned, I haven't played a ton of her before, which means that I don't have much regard for her. But it does mean that we can start these requests. Since we're in a New Game Plus run, these all reset. These are not tracked. These are not tracked directly by the game itself. The only way of knowing whether you've completed all of these is if you either do them in one run, which is what I was doing the last few streams, or you just get the hero card that's given as a reward for all of them and hold on to that. But other than that, those reset every single New Game Plus run, and upon completing them, you get a bit of regard. So they're very good for passive regard grinding, which is why our overall speed is going to increase so much now that we have started New Game Plus resets, because we have those again. We finally are able to actually do the New Game Plus resets and thus get more requests yet again. Because it's been quite a while since we've been able to do those. In fact, I don't think we've done any of that on stream outside of the last, like, 2 quests I had remaining in the last reset. Yeah, for the moment we're just playing the game normally, getting more characters until we eventually find both Monya and Xiaoyun. And after that point, we'll be getting the hopefully final needed dramatic battle. I don't think there are any more, but I could be wrong about that, in which case that'll be fun deducing which the actual last one is. But at least to start with, I do not believe there are any more past that one. So once we get that, we'll get the last achievement, and then we can go back into the worst part of the game's grind, but it's a part that we have to do, unfortunately. I instantly miss Hyrule Warriors. Yeah, Hyrule Warriors is pretty good. It is probably maybe my favorite modern musou. It's very good, but this one is definitely no Hyrule Warriors. Yeah, Hyrule Warriors at least, like, that game's grindy. That game takes like 1,000 hours to 100%. Specifically, the Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. But that's like a fun 1,000 hours. Like, it's not just pressing buttons over and over. It's like, there's like a cute little map that looks like the original Zelda game, and more for other maps in Definitive Edition, and also the DLC for the original. And there's like, and also the characters are more fun. I'm gonna be honest, I like the characters in this game. I do think they're generally pretty good and unique, but I feel like when playing them in super long sessions, some of them do get a bit tedious compared to Hyrule Warriors characters who are less fun overall, but are more fun consistently long term, if that makes sense. Finding tech with Girahim was best. Girahim is not my personal favorite character, but he is absolutely fucking crazy good if you know how to use him. He's definitely one of the more interesting characters in that game. Hyrule Warriors is the most hours of genuinely enjoyable content you can get for $60. Fucking, yeah. Like, as much as I hate how Nintendo games fucking never go on sale, as shit as that is, I will say that of all the games to pay $60 for, like 5 years after release, Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition is probably the game that I would say I would be most willing to do that for. Because that game fucking lasts forever, and it's like actually enjoyable most of the time. I'm not gonna act like, oh, 1,000 hours are amazing, but it's generally pretty good. Well, Opuna. Yeah, so Opuna is like, so we started a New Game Plus run for the purposes of getting one dramatic battle that is needed for the final achievement that I did not already do. And in a New Game Plus run, if you've unlocked Opuna, in order to unlock Opuna at all, you have to do every ending of the game. But once you have unlocked him, he's just with you from the start, no matter who you choose on a New Game Plus reset. Because you get a roster, you can pick which starting character you have on each NG Plus reset, but no matter which one you choose, you'll always have Opuna if you've already unlocked him. It's just a matter of actually unlocking him that's a bit, I don't know if I'd say annoying. It's literally just getting all of the story mode endings. It's not that hard, and it's kind of like the easiest part of completion, but it is something. More effort than I think the average person would ever put into this. Which, starting with Opuna, is going to be interesting for future New Game Plus resets, because I will be doing more of these for the sake of progressively resetting the requests, because those do not reset unless I do a New Game Plus run. But I will probably end up using future ones as an opportunity to try out characters on stream like Opuna or the 3 OC characters, because I won't be doing regard grinding for any of those. They don't have gallery entries, so I don't have any actual reason to play as them when going for the grinds. So the only chance I'll really have to show those characters off will be during these New Game Plus resets, because you always have Opuna and at least one of those 3 OCs with you at all times, no matter what. In fact, after this match, I may switch over from Sophie into Tamaki, since she's the one of the 3 generals that I have this time. And that would let me use her a tiny bit, since I will not be after this point. And it would be good to show her off, at least a tiny bit. Yeah, these little battles are how you recruit more characters in a normal run. And now we have Zhao Yun, who is one of the characters we needed, so very, very nice. Already at least about after this battle, we'll be 2/3 of the way there toward getting the characters we need for the dramatic battle we need. Kill the bot. Kill the bot. I need to set up like a button I can press. Also, I thought here's okay, I gotta do something really quickly. I gotta fix a thing. Because I thought I set it up to where Nightbot did not appear in the overlay, but I guess not. Let me fix that really quickly, see if I can do anything. Wait, what's the point of New Game Plus if you don't keep access to your unlocked characters? So, if you're playing normally, the point is to unlock. I don't know why it's whatever. The reason why is because on New Game Plus, for a normal playthrough, you get opportunities to do dramatic battles and new endings because it resets every time you get a story mode ending. However, in my case, my reasoning is that there are these requests that I can't check in this menu, unfortunately, but there are requests. They're basically side quests, and they're each like centered on a specific character, and every character has 3 requests. And these requests reset on every New Game Plus run, but upon completing them, you get a small amount of regard for those characters. Not a ton, but a slight amount, and it's passive. So it's a good way of passively grinding regard. And it's not as efficient as it could be, considering that you do have to have like a half hour at the very beginning of the run where you don't have any characters. But once you've done one New Game Plus reset, you can stay in that run for quite a while before needing to reset again. So I generally like resetting when possible. Okay, I don't know why Nightbot is showing up in the stream overlay chat, because I literally have it set up on Stream Elements to not do that, but whatever, I suppose. Yeah, no clue why that's not working. Oh well, I suppose until I can get that figured out, I guess Nightbot, whenever Nightbot bans a bot, it will show up. Yeah, not the end of the world, but it is mildly annoying because that message is fucking massive. Nightbot ban messages are fucking, they take up 2/3 of the entire chat. But yeah, yeah, New Game Plus is mostly, in my case, just to get an extra tiny amount of regard grinding out of the way, a passive form of it. Not a ton, but it is a slight amount, and that's enough for me to want to occasionally swap to a new run. Yeah, this is really the only chance I'm gonna have to show off how Tamaki plays. She has an interesting moveset. It's very slow, very static, which is unfortunately in this game not the best. She doesn't have many mobility options, but she hits very hard. I say it, she's not doing that much damage, but that's only because I don't have an optimal card on her. In fact, yeah, I have a B rank card. Not only is it not A rank, it doesn't have the any of the card effects either. Just a normal B rank card, unfortunately. Yeah, she throws around a laser, and it's a very heavy laser. Yeah, for all of these story battles, there are points where you kind of just have to wait for a cutscene to play, and then you can just go to the objective. None of these story battles are long at all, they're in fact all very short. But a lot of them do require quite a bit of waiting. It's a bit unfortunate that the original characters don't have any gallery events, because if they did, I would absolutely enjoy playing them. Chiki and Setsuna are kind of a mixed on. Chiki is a bit not my favorite, and Setsuna is kind of just a really basic sword boy character. Tamaki though is fairly unique and also very fun. Unfortunately though, because of the lack of gallery events, I will not really be playing her outside of these New Game Plus resets. As I'm not gonna put in time for characters that I don't absolutely need to, considering that I'm already gonna be putting a ton of time into this game as is. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to the objective of the stage. I've been going the wrong way. Yeah, the top left, I was mixing this up with a different battle where you have to go to the bottom right. But no, this one requires going to the top left instead. The exact opposite side of the map. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, none of these story battles are particularly hard. They're all pretty short and easy. Not too surprising considering they are the mandatory battles, but even most of the optional battles in this game are pretty easy. Ironically, I would say the random battles are probably the most difficult, solely for one reason, and that's that it does not feel like most stages were designed with some of the random objectives in mind. The ally rescue one being the biggest one, because some of these maps are big enough that with certain characters who don't have high mobility options, on higher difficulties, it's way too strict. Like ridiculously strict on how quickly you have to save your allies. And I don't think that was necessarily an intentional challenge. I think it's just that they were not really thinking it through when they were making the game. Because these random objectives, well, one, they're randomized, but they're also very basic. I may also switch to Okuna as well, to show him off a tiny bit as well, because he is another character, similarly to Tamaki, that I will not be using for grinding purposes, so this will be the only opportunity to really show them off. However, I will say, I like Tamaki quite a bit. I actually wish that she was a grindable character. Okuna though, I'm very glad he's not. I think Okuna may be my second least favorite character in the game, playstyle wise. My least favorite being Lubu. Big surprise. But I like Okuna slightly more than him, but he's still one of my least favorites in the roster. He's unfortunately not the best. I sure do love fighting Oko when she's a mandatory objective. I love running in circles for 30 seconds. Yeah, it's usually not as much of an issue in random battles, but in the story missions especially, there is absolutely nothing around her to do. All of the capturable bases are on the other side of the map at the very bottom, so whenever she uses her hero skill, I just have to wait about 30 seconds until it goes away. It is purely a waiting game and nothing else. This particular song, I could be wrong, but I don't think this one ever plays on randomized battles. I think it only appears in story battles like this one. So, rare song. I could be wrong about that. It very well could appear in random battles and I just don't pay attention. But I don't believe it does, in which case, very interesting case of a story mode exclusive song playing right now. Yeah, we're pretty much just going to be doing normal battles until we eventually find Millennia. Once we find her, then we can unlock her, and then the dramatic battle that I need should show up. I may need to complete a couple of main story battles before that happens, but I don't believe so. And hopefully at that point, we will be done with every dramatic battle, every story battle, every hero battle, and get the final achievements. And as soon as that happens, that will be fantastic. Then we can put all of our focus into nothing but regard grinding. Here's another problem with a lot of these story battles. At the very end, if you kill the final commander too quickly, there will just be like a full minute of dialogue at the bottom of the screen that you can't skip, and that the stage will not progress until after that is ended. It's quite annoying. I'm not actually even sure if the original characters can even enter the bathhouse. Okay, maybe they can, but it's just being cleaned up right now. I'll see you after next battle, but if they can go into the bathhouse, I've never actually taken them there. It's never been a thing that's been necessary. Also, even though I really don't need to be focusing on using hero skills as frequently as possible, the muscle memory kind of just kicks in and makes me do it a lot anyways. I had to hydrate really quickly. Yeah, Tamaki does very high damage, especially with her strong attacks. She is incredibly good at taking out single target, large health enemies However, she's also pretty good at AoE as well. I think the only real downside that Tamaki has that keeps her from being a really great character is that she's a very stationary one, not much mobility, and in this game, with maps of this size, yeah, mobility is kind of a pretty big thing. She is still pretty good overall. I would say on the list of characters, she is on the higher end of the roster, but she unfortunately just barely makes it out of the upper echelon of characters purely due to the fact that she does not have any decent mobility options at all. Good AoE, good single target, but unfortunately not the thing that is probably most important in this particular musou. In other musous that have stuff like horses or smaller map sizes, mobility is not quite as necessary. But in this game, yeah, it's a necessity. These maps are way too big, and the game does not give you any built-in high mobility mechanics. It's all character centric. All dependent on what character you're playing as, and if that character does not have any mobility options, good luck. The fun situation in those cases. I've done all of these battles I've done enough times in the past from previous New Game Plus resets that I kind of just through muscle memory immediately remember the exact route I need to take for the fastest completion of the mission. Yeah, as I said, a lot of these stages result in a lot of needless waiting, purely to wait for your allies to talk to each other. And there's no way to skip these. They just happen. It's been like a full minute, and finally I can attack the engineers that are needed to win the stage. See, once those gates do open and I can just come in here, I can very easily just ravage all of the enemies instantly. Like I said, Tamaki is incredibly strong. And I'm also already Bravery rank 10. So these all go down pretty quickly. It's just a matter of waiting for those gates to unlock to actually be able to take them all down. Oh yeah, I forgot, you're technically supposed to persuade them instead of outright defeating them. It doesn't matter either way. There's no change in anything if you defeat them instead of persuading them, like I did, but that is the intended method. But I got to those other two engineers quickly enough that the story could not catch up. And so I just killed them before they could join me. And it changes absolutely nothing, it's just a slightly faster way of dealing with them. This game having alternate paths within its stages, absolutely not. It would never do that. That would be a strange decision if it did. Only the worst musous have alternate paths within their stages, like Samurai Warriors 1. And Warriors All-Stars would never stoop to that level. It's the greatest of all of its genre. It's confident in its single objective stages. And you know what? I'm proud of it. Yeah, it's gonna be quite a while before I can actually get to Millennia. Have to go through quite a few more characters before that point. It's still men's time. I may still be able to enter at least. Because as I said, I have not ever entered the hot spring. Despite having 130 hours in this game, I've never entered the hot spring as one of the OCs. And going by that, I don't think it's possible. Maybe during the women's time it will be, but I don't think so. I think they're just straight up entirely locked from it. Which does make sense, since they don't have hot spring events at all, but it is still slightly strange. Strange, isn't it? Yeah, even at such a low bravery rank, Tamaki can still very quickly take out even enemies a couple of ranks higher than her. She just has incredibly high damage output. One of the highest in the game, which is very strange considering that she's a like 5-year-old child with a laser. But you know what? Isn't it really in the spirit of the genre to make the most broken characters the ones that are the least likely based on first impressions? Yeah, these guys will start running away from you if you approach them, but I don't think they run away if you don't approach them. So if you just let them be, they will just stay there forever until you eventually decide to walk up to them. In most cases, I would use this opportunity to capture the last couple bases before going after them, and also get off a few hero skills, but since I'm playing as Tamaki, that's not really necessary at all. Both because she doesn't need the extra bravery, she has high enough damage output, and she doesn't need the hero skills because she doesn't have gallery events for regard. She technically does have regard. She does have the regard meter with each character. The problem is that there's not really any incentive to actually increase it. She does get some minor buffs. Every character gets some minor battle buffs from increasing regard as well, so it's not completely useless. But I believe they're either the same across all characters, or even if they're not, they are minor enough that it doesn't really matter too much. And I don't consider them as part of the 100% completion grind, because again, I believe they're the same for all characters. And you also don't even need to max out regard to unlock all of those. The battle buffs from regard can be gotten from, like, halving regard. Like, if you get the total regard up to, like, half of max with every character, that's usually enough to get all of those. So yeah, the main thing that I'm counting for 100% is the gallery event completion. The problem though is for that gallery, I have to 100% regard with every character except the character I'm currently playing. Tamaki, Setsuna, Shiki, and Opuna do not have those events. They aren't real. They don't count. So whenever I'm playing those, I kind of just need to go directly to the boss of the stage. No need to detour for hero skills or extra bravery even, since they have high enough damage output. Yeah, a single light attack chain took her out, and yeah, I am 2 bravery ranks higher than her, but I feel like even if I were at the same rank, Tamaki's damage output is high enough that it probably would have still happened that way. At this point, I pretty much just have to wait a couple of seconds until the story catches up to where I am. Okay. Should be the end of the stage now. Just need to go to the bottom right, kill that bandit, and then I will be done. I've gotten most of the Tamaki story extra characters out of the way. I don't know if Monia is the next one that appears, but if not, she should still be appearing relatively soon. Also, with this way of playing, oh shit, I was not paying attention. Oh well. I did not even know that you could lose this stage from him dying. I've never had that happen. But yeah, should be pretty clear based on how I don't have Hanukkah, which I'm not going out of my way for the hero skills at this moment, like I said, but pretty clear why I always keep Hanukkah on my team, even if it is only a 1 in 3 chance that she'll reset the hero skill cooldowns, and she does take up a party member slot that could be used for someone else. The 1 in 3 chance is still often enough that it increases the number of hero skills that you get to use by a massive amount. As you can probably see, hero skills take quite a while to reset naturally, so having an instant reset, even if it's not always consistent, is pretty great. As you can see, if I just rush to the end instead of wasting a bit of time, this stage is not difficult. Me losing there was less so due to actual difficulty, more so due to complete carelessness. Game is not very hard. Hang on, G is next, and after that, I feel like Moenia should show up soon. I'm not sure exactly. I am, however, going to swap off of Tamaki. I am going to do one battle with Opuna, and only one, because I really don't like playing as him. He is not very good. But I am going to at least do... Actually, no. I'm not going to do this battle with Opuna. This is... I would say this is probably the hardest story battle in the game. Just because it's really fucking annoying. And so I don't want to do this one with a character like Opuna. This is one where if you lose, and it's not too... I mean, it's not too easy to. This game, even at its hardest, isn't that hard. But it is easier than most other stages. And if you do lose, you lose quite a lot of progress. Because there is a point where, at the very beginning, where you have to defend the village for like, I think it's 3 minutes, I want to say. And during that entire time, if you lose, you have to reset from the beginning of that 3-minute period. 3 minutes may not sound like much, but in this game, that's pretty much the length of an entire stage in certain cases. Yeah, the village defense timer is... It's not super hard. You mostly just have to defend the village chief from getting attacked. But if you do fail it, you have to redo that set timer. And there's no way to reduce that timer. It is a set 3 minutes no matter what. And there have been multiple times in the past where I have lost this battle and had to redo this. And it is probably the least fun battle to have to redo any part of in the entire game. It's one of my least favorite stages. Very long. It's very annoying. It's on such a large map and takes place across pretty much the entire top half of the map that traversing it takes forever. It's really just not a fun stage to have to redo. Yeah, all you really need to do is just defend the village chief from small enemies, because the small attackers can still do quite a bit of damage to him. But not too hard, just a little bit annoying. Yeah, there are optional objectives for rescuing peasants outside of the base, but I don't like taking my risks of leaving them alone in the main base. The possibility of them dying, while not especially high, you absolutely can save those peasants outside, but the village chief inside is very weak, and depending on how unlucky you get with enemy placements, they can potentially just appear right next to him, and if that happens, it is very obnoxious. Oh yeah, I forgot. So another thing, it's been a while since I've done this stage. There are blazing souls that appear outside, and if those get to the base, they set it on fire, and it does a lot of damage to your allies, and it's really fucking bad, obviously. And I kind of forgot about that. I should have taken it out before it reached it, but it still shouldn't be an issue. Village chief is about half health. We're done with the timer part of the stage. I should be able to hurry up and go ahead and finish the stage before he dies. Because even if the objective is not to protect the main base anymore, if the main base does fall and the village chief dies, you do still lose the stage, even at this point in the objective set. Another very annoying thing about this particular stage is the next objective is to rendezvous with Wang Yuanji. Even though it says that's the current objective, if you stand here, go near her to rendezvous with her, and then walk away, it will not count. You have to wait until she is done talking for it to actually count, even though the objective technically already popped. This is a fake objective until Wang Yuanji finally stops talking. Once that happens, now it counted. But even if you rendezvous with her while she's talking and then walk away, it will not count. And you will have to walk all the way back. And I had to do that several times on my first few attempts of this stage when I was going through the main story mode. Yeah, if you take too long to attack any enemy and take them out, they will use their special attack, and Yoki is one of the most annoying enemies to use their special attack. Also, sometimes they'll just use it the second you walk up to them. It is really just whenever they feel like it. But it has a fairly long attack animation, and if you get caught in it, it will juggle you for quite a while. It is a very annoying enemy to let use their special attack. Okay, at this point, I am going to not only save here, but rotate back into the save, because I guess if I want Millennia, I'm gonna need to go down a specific route. We're going to double check a guide to see if I'm going down the correct path. I'm not entirely certain. Well, I know I'm going at the correct path down this point, but I don't know if I will still be if I end up going down the wrong one. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just say fuck it, wing it, and if it ends up being the wrong one, I can always load a save to come back. I'm going to say though that it is most likely this one, I would assume. Going to put Zhao Yun on my team, but since he's gonna be in since Zhao Yun is going to be in the stage, the actual dramatic battle with Millennia later on anyways, it's better to just leave him as he is, because he's already very high rank 4, and that last battle where I have to bring him no matter what will bring him up to rank 5 no matter what. Oh, the guy we're fighting is the one that we're gonna grind later. Wow, there he is. He's so cool. We love Ryu Hayabusa in this stream. Best character in this game. One of the best in DOA. His game itself is great. He's just all around a great guy. I've never actually had these two messengers get away whenever I've done this stage, so I don't know if it does actually result in the stage ending or if it just progresses on as usual, because that does happen with a lot of stage objectives. Even if you fail them, the stage will just continue on as normal as though you did complete it successfully. A lot of stage objectives do not matter at all. And I'm not sure if that's one of them, but it feels like it would be one of those. Oh great, she used her hero skill. Oh wait, no. I guess it nullified itself. Maybe one of Sophie's elemental attacks nullified it. I'm not sure, but I did see that she used it, so I'm surprised she actually died and did not sit there for 30 seconds taking a million hits at 1 HP. But I guess I'm assuming what happened is most likely one of Sophie's elemental attacks negates hero skill activation. And if that is the case, that is very cool. Let's definitely add a bit more usefulness for Sophie. Okay, now Proctor is at Confidant 5, so even though we're not specifically going out of our way to grind for Sophie, this is definitely a very good opportunity to do that. Yeah, this is, if I said yes here, it would lead to one of the character endings, one of the side endings, because as you can see, they happen very quickly. That was like three total main story quests, and already at an ending potentially. Although I did decline it, so I will not actually be going through that ending, but it is an option. And that opened up one more battle. This time to unlock Honoka, which is very nice. Because one, I can add her to my team to increase grinding efficiency, but also on top of that, she's just a very nice character. I love her playstyle. I won't be playing as her now, of course, but she is a very fun character to play as. So once we do eventually get the grinding route regard for her, that will end up being one of the longer ones since we won't be able to have her on our team as an ally for her buffs. But once we do eventually do that, she is actually one of my favorite characters. So despite it likely ending up as one of the longer character grinds, Honoka will be one of the most fun ones despite that. She is a very fun character in this game. A relatively simple brawler, but I like brawlers. Probably my favorite archetype in the genre. Had to pause to hydrate really quickly. Yeah, the stage isn't super long if you're just going through it normally. Just going straight to the objectives. Although I suppose I could say that about pretty much any stage in this game. Oh yeah, the first time that you meet a character during a New Game Plus run, they will have a little intro cutscene, which I do not like. They are a pace breaker. But they only happen in a New Game Plus reset, or on your first playthrough, of course, but they're not an issue the longer you go on into the run. And I believe this is the final objective of the stage, just defeating Honoka. If I remember correctly. It is one of, I would say it's one of the longer of the hero missions, but it's still pretty short. Even the longest of these are still not that long, luckily. The iconic in-stage running in circles because it will not let me just in the stage automatically. Also, I just realized I have access to more requests, but I have not been going back to the home base to actually like get more of those. So I should probably do that. I should probably go to the base to activate more requests. You can only have 5 at a time, but right now I only have 2 activated. One of which is for Plakta, which I don't even need, and one is for Sophie, which I also don't need, because both of those are, one is the character I'm currently playing, and the other has max regard, so I would be getting nothing out of those. Darius would, well actually, the problem with Darius is that his takes quite a while, but I can at least put one on. Oka's is very easy to complete, and also I do need regard with her, I believe. Horo is also pretty easy to complete, although I won't be doing this one quite yet. It requires doing a single Thieves Lair battle, and that's not exactly difficult, but I'm not doing it quite yet. And I suppose I'll go with the Mitsunari one as well, although I probably won't turn it in until I switch to a different character. And I guess I might as well go with the Zhao Yun one as well, since it's exactly the same as Mitsunari's. So I can get 2 birds with 1 stone. And I should probably also swap out you for Honoka. Now that she is on the team, I can get back to my usual high efficiency regard grinding. And we're about an hour into the stream of actual playing. As much as I do love saying that going into New Game Plus runs for that passive regard grind from the requests is more effective, I do think it's overall more efficient in the long term, assuming that you assuming you do things as efficiently as possible, and do as many requests as possible per new game plus reset, you do still have like an hour at the very beginning where you can't really do a ton of regard grinding unless the characters you start with need grinding, which is usually the case. Usually there's at least a couple, so it's not too bad, but you do lose out on quite a bit of efficiency on one area, but you also get more in another. So I think it balances out personally. This right here is probably my favorite of the hero battles in the entire game. I love this one. There's nothing really too special about it, but it has so much personality. I love the I love how dramatic Christophoris is as she taunts you for the entire battle. It has significantly more personality than I feel like most other hero missions do in this game. It's an incredibly low bar, but it does pass that bar with flying colors. It's very interesting that, well, not necessarily interesting, but strange that they decide to make a base defense objective at so early into the stage, while also making it only be one base, one of the I guess 4 bases that are near you at the beginning of the stage. This is one of the easiest base defense objectives in the entire game. There's not really anything else you would be doing other than going after these 4 opponents that are approaching the middle of the area. I feel like most base objectives, they give much more involved objectives. Even within this game, they give a few extra involved bases to defend, but not this one. This one is just the one. To the point where it kind of doesn't even feel like a base defense objective, but rather a normal enemy defeat objective. Even though it is technically a base defense objective, but it's so easy to defend said base that it doesn't really feel like it. Yeah, as with this entire game, this is quite an easy stage. None of the individual objectives here are particularly difficult. It's just a matter of getting them done. It really is telling of the game, though, that even my favorite of these hero battles, I am actively saying, yeah, this one's not really that interesting in terms of gameplay. I kind of like the character it's associated with and how she talks. This game does not have very good stages. Even the best of them are still incredibly mediocre, below average by even the standards of other modern musous. I do not know why they are getting stuck down here. Usually they run straight towards the boss. Oh, I guess it's because this toy soldier is down here. Usually at least one of them will just ignore it and run past, but I suppose not this time. Very, very strange. I did not expect to accidentally be doing significantly more Sophie grinding this run than Ryu grinding. Not my intention, but it kinda works out that way. We will probably actually start the Ryu grinding specifically before the end of this stream, and then next stream will likely be the true first Ryu Hayabusa grinding stream. And this is why Musou Rush exists, to get out of these juggle situations. Even though it is definitely not its only intended purpose, it is by far its most useful actual practical purpose for the mode. Musou Rush is kinda not that useful for its other intended purposes, but for getting out of juggles with major opponents, that is definitely where it does actually shine. Okay, I am gonna have to do another story mission to unlock more characters. Surprise Mania hasn't shown up yet. I'm not sure of the exact route I need to take to get her to appear, but I do need her for the dramatic battle. It would be very, very nice if she could show up. I don't know why, during this battle, Ryu, who is your enemy, and continues to be your enemy after he does take Yoshiki, he's just kind of like, yeah, I'll take you to him, take out these enemies, take out these allies of mine, as a trial, and I'll take you to him. I'm not sure why he doesn't just say no. Because even once he eventually does, Shiki is just like, no, get the fuck out of here. It's a very pointless little set of objectives. It's a small diversion. Obviously, the real answer is we wouldn't have a stage if he didn't, but I feel like there are other ways they could think of to get it to work that would be less odd. But who am I kidding? Complaining about the story in this game is like complaining about anything else in this game, really, actually. Kind of just a given. I'm very surprised that Natora actually got caught up in that attack. I did not expect her to. Yes, I was pretty much just drinking water as I used that one, just to give myself some extra time to hydrate. I'm very surprised that she did not just walk out of the path of it. Luckily, this is a relatively short stage. It did take me a little bit to defeat those first 3 opponents. Usually it doesn't take quite as long as that, and the last segment of the stage is very short. I pretty much just go up to the top, fight Shiki, and then as soon as Shiki is dead, that's the end. And that's the end of this single fight. As much as these aren't great, none of these stages are, I am at least glad that they're all very short. Most of them take a couple of minutes max. Some can even be completed within the seconds range instead of full minute. Some of them do get very, very short. Hopefully that story battle disappearing does not mean that I've been locked out of getting Mania. Hopefully. I do think that that does mean I'm locked out of the true ending, which means that if I want to get every character, including Ryu, I will have to do another New Game Plus reset after this, but I don't really have a problem with that. Ryu is one of the possible starting characters, so I'll be able to do grinding with him no matter what. As long as I can get Moni on my team though, that's all that I actually care about.
英雄か。どうせなら勇者って呼んでるんだ。詳しい話はここが片付いたら聞かせてくれ。いざ尋常に勝負せよ。くそ、なんでこんなことに。
私は民を安全なところへ避難させます。私に手伝わせて。
さっきのその時は化け物に襲われてやがる。ほっとくわけにもいかねえか。たとえ悪人だろうとな。勇者が助けに来てやったぜ。おお、ありがてえ。あんたは本物の勇者様だ。
いい感じ。
華麗な戦いぶりだね。あとは任せてもいいかい？
来てくれたのか。ありがとう。おいおい、でかい図体して泣くなよ。
I wish this game had more to talk about, but unfortunately, even when not doing exclusively regard grinding and going through the normal stages, progressing through that, even at its most interesting, this game is still just kind of dull. There's a limit to how much there really is to talk about. Just the stages being mediocre, the characters being fun, but when you play them for 10 hours plus each, that does end up losing a bit of its luster.
助けてくれるのか。お前らかっこよすぎるぜ。今さら気づいたのか。
ソフィー殿の錬金術はまるで奇跡のようね。いい感じ。任せて。
俺の助けてくれ。親分が危ない。お願いだ、助けてやってくれ。まったく世話の焼ける一味だな。行くぞ、ついてこい。
私、無双の錬金術師になれたかな。つぶさまのお体は不思議ですね。
元は普通の人間だったんだが、訳あってからくりの体に魂を封じられてな。けど鬼を打つ者の負の力はそのままだ。頼りにしてくれていいぜ。おかげで助かったぜ。随分塩らしくなっちまって。これに懲りたらもう悪さするんじゃねえぞ。はい。
I really do not know anything about Tokiden or its story, but it is very interesting that Toketsugu is like basically a doll with a human soul trapped in it. He does seem like a somewhat interesting character, likely in his original game.
あなたの活躍を見ていると
どうなさいますか。
I have you maxed with Sophie, so I'll swap to another character before reporting that one. This one though, I don't think it'll bring yeah, it doesn't bring Mitsunari up to max regard, but it should increase it a bit. Same with Darius. Okay, that's a bit. Yeah, that is enough to bring her up a full level though. I believe it only actually shows the regard increasing if it is increased by a full level. So if it increases it but doesn't by an entire level, I believe it just doesn't show it. But I believe it is still increasing the regard a slight amount, even if it's not directly shown. It's just not enough to fully max out to another level. Something very strange and I don't like about this game is when you accept a quest, you can accept a request of the character you're playing, and the game has no issues with it. It will just like temporarily swap you to another character while the player character becomes the NPC for like 10 seconds to accept the request. However, if you are turning in a request, it does not do that. You have to manually swap your character if you want to turn in a request that is of the character you're already playing as. It's very... I kind of get why, and the reason why is because you can't get regard increases for yourself. And they also don't want to just give it to a random character, so you have to manually decide which character you want to swap to give that regard increase to. So it does make sense from a practical standpoint to a degree, but it's also just like, it's so fucking annoying. It's such a mildly obnoxious thing that adds a bit of extra tedium that I do not like. And I especially just don't like the inconsistency with how you can accept a quest as the character you're accepting one of, but you just can't turn it in. Like, I would have rather if they made it where you couldn't also accept it in the first place. It's just the inconsistency that annoys me a slight amount. What was our left next? Hero training, which is just the tutorial. That one does not actually matter at all. And the Rightful King, which is just the Setsuna fight.
だから話し合おうなんて考えない方がいい。きっと刹那さんもその子を傷つける。
よくできました。いい子だね、ソフィー。者がのこのこやられに来るとは。邪魔な俺を倒しに来た。違います。私は俺は王になる。譲らないというならお前を倒す。それ以外
Very short stage, probably one of the single shortest main story quests in the game. The only objective is just to defeat Setsuna. Of course you need to increase your bravery at least a tiny bit before approaching him. So it's not an instant rush to the finish, but it is a very short stage. See, in this point, Wang Yuanji is very close to max, but not quite there. So this is usually the time that I take an opportunity to, instead of actually bringing her to battles, instead I just complete one of her requests. So I will do that. After the next rotation of quests, I'll choose a Wang Yuanji one, and then do that one. I'm getting a couple of hero and or friendship and hot spring events. Not too many, since I'm not really focusing too much on maxing out Sophie's regard at this moment. This is kind of just a detour until we get back to Ryu's grinding, but it is still a bit of progress to be made. The objective for this stage is admittedly one of the more confusing ones, because the whole thing it says is stop question mark from escaping. That's not really the objective. As soon as you start approaching him, he'll run away, and past that point you kind of just have to take bases and new objectives will appear. It's kind of just a matter of waiting until he decides on his own to just start running away. You don't actually need to chase after him very much, and it's actually not a very good idea to chase after him, because if you do, you'll get stuck in the top right corner and he will get way ahead of you and you'll be falling behind a bit on the quests, on the mission objectives. You'll fall slightly behind. It wouldn't be too much of an issue if not for the fact that he starts at the very top right in a relatively large stage, so he kind of spawns at the worst possible spot. So it's generally better, in my opinion, to just leave him be. He'll eventually make enough movement himself where the story will just progress itself. It is not quite necessary to actually interact with the main objective of this stage for most of it, as odd as that may sound.
1日1000里をかける関戸場、それに匹敵するほど速い人の話を聞いたことがある。確か軍神関羽の従者だったはず。でもまさかね。
Something very interesting about Zhou Kang is he's someone who fights with Guan Yu in the main series. The thing is though, he's not actually from Dynasty Warriors originally, or at least not before this game. Zhou Kang is technically a character who was introduced in this title. Very strange decision to introduce a mainline Dynasty Warriors character in a crossover game, but yeah, he's not actually in any Dynasty Warriors games before this one. However, Dynasty Warriors 9 came out after this game, and I believe he is in DW9. Though 9 is technically the first main series Dynasty Warriors game he appears in, but he actually originated from this game. It's very odd. Okay, I may have lied. Maybe you do have to chase after him a little bit, but you do not have to follow him the entire way. I know that at the very least. Usually I do chase after him a tiny amount just to get to this top area. Yeah, okay, yeah. You just have to go up there, reach a specific checkpoint there, and then the gates open. He just continues running. I don't think, even if you just stand there forever, I do believe that he will not actually ever escape. Even if you wait forever, he just kind of stands outside of his supposed escape point. Okay, yeah. Now at this point, more characters have arrived, and this is the point where the stage actually starts.
信長殿は私が引き受ける。早く彼を追ってくれ。
I thought this gate opened eventually, but I suppose not. Okay, maybe I do have to actually go around. But I could have swore that that gate right there opened. I guess it has been a while since I've done this stage in particular, so I suppose that's why I just misremembered, but I could have swore that gate did just eventually open no matter what. I suppose I was wrong about that gate opening. You do have to follow him a bit, but you do not ever need to catch up to him until the very end, because even if you get decently close to him, he'll just close a gate and won't let you come near him anyways, or he'll just massively increase in speed to where you can't catch him either way. So even though the objective is to catch Zhou Kang, for most of the stage, you don't ever have to actually catch him. You just need to fight the combat encounters as they appear, and he'll eventually stop on his own near the end of the stage. Yeah, the objective is now once again to catch him. And I think at this point he does actually just let you actually capture him. But I don't think he'll ever actually escape. Even if he walks pretty close to the escape point, he never actually leaves as far as I'm aware. So the wording on the quest objective is not entirely accurate, a bit misleading. And Joking is luckily also one of the easiest opponents to fight against in this game. His hero skill increases his attack speed, but as long as you can stun lock him, that's not really an issue at all. He is very quick to take out, luckily. Do. I don't really need to do this battle since it does just lead into an optional ending I will not be doing, but I suppose I might as well do it anyways, just to get it out of the way. A tiny bit of extra Joking grinding here, even though it's gonna be quite a while until we start actually grinding his regard for real. But might as well get at least a tiny amount done for the moment. He is luckily a relatively good character for this game. He's a bit simple, his kit is pretty basic. In fact, almost all of his attacks are kind of just copies of each other with like slightly different animations, but while doing almost the exact same thing. They all just run forward. But that is good for mobility, and as I've said before, mobility-based characters are usually the best ones. And while he's definitely not the best mobility character, he is a pretty good one. Yeah, this battle is entirely unnecessary. I'm kind of just doing it just cause why not? Might as well. A bit of extra time away from grinding exclusively randomized battles.
中層の足には誰も追いつけねえ。とんでもないやつだぜ。
見事だ決して敵には回したくないな。
趙軍は実力も度胸もある勇者だ。これからも切磋琢磨していきたいもんだぜ。俺こそ真の三国無双ってやつだ。
He's the one true Dynasty Warrior. Yeah, I think almost every character, even a lot of the non-Dynasty Warriors characters, will say, I am the one true blank warrior. It's a very frequent line for when you reach 1,000 KOs with most characters. It's very odd. Like, it makes sense for some characters, but it's also like, they say the title of the movie. I'm gonna switch back to Sophie now, though. A good single fight with a different character.
あなた
おや
そうですね。
Yeah, it may be too late to get Millennia. I may have gone down the wrong path. If so, not the end of the world. We still got in a bit of Sophie grinding, so that's still good. But I may have to start with Zhao Yun instead of Sophie for another run to get Millennia. However, after this fight, I will probably take a short BRB to refill my water, because I have run through all of that quite quickly.
私を置いて逃げてください。そろそろですね。レグリナさん、お願いします。
いいだろう、さばいてやる。
狙いは強撃か。戦力を集中し、近づかれる前にかっこ撃破する。俺の出番だ。見逃しらしだ。よし、攻撃を防ぐことができたな。あとはもう一人の英雄を倒すだけだ。
また一緒に戦うことができて嬉しいです。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
次は負けぬ。本陣の扉が開いた。刹那殿が私たちを呼んでいるのか。
刹那兄さん、今参ります。女王様、申し訳ありません。
This is one of the longer and more annoying stages in the main story, mostly because of the map. I don't like this map. Yet another map where it is way too large, and most stages never require you, most randomized stages never require you to go into this top right section. So it's at least usually a bit more like practically condensed in most stages. But this one in particular requires you to go all over the entire map. And in a game with so little movement extra capabilities, having to go around everywhere like that is not the most enjoyable. It's very, very obnoxious.
あなたを。
よくできました。いい子だね、ソフィー。俺は諦めない。絶対にお前を止めてやる。
女王様。英雄様。
Yeah, so I did miss out on getting Millennia in time, unfortunately. I'm not actually sure the exact path I need to take to get both Millennia and Sophie at the same time.
すごいですよね。
I guess I'll have to figure that out. I guess next in G Plus run, I will start as Zhao Yun, and then work from there, because he does have a slightly different path of stages, despite still starting as starting on Tamaki's team, which it is required to be on Tamaki's team in order to get the dramatic battle I need, because they are route locked. And I forgot to turn in the quest. Maybe this will bring him up to map. Let's see. And it does not, but it does get him a lot closer, I'm sure. Yeah, so these red crystal ones, these mean that you're at an ending. After this battle will be a new game plus reset. And then I can restart this from the beginning to see if hopefully this time I do actually get Millennia, Zhao Yun, and Sophie on the same team at the same time. If not, that would not be great. I don't want to keep doing this over and over, but if need be, I will do that. I will do another NG Plus reset if absolutely necessary, even if not preferred. Also, I've gotten so many Haruka user resets. Honoka, I mean, not Haruka. Honoka scissor resets. Gotten quite a lot at the very beginning here.
超支流全力で敵を阻まん。年齢を放て。味方と連携して攻め立てる。
Do, do, do.
いい感じ。
お前が一緒で素直に嬉しいぞ。共に戦い抜こう。
無限転身流8人。甘くはないわ。私の名はマリー・ローズ。よろしくお願いします。いい感じ。すみません。どいてください。
You would expect the like route ending stages to be some of the most involved and hardest, and that is kind of the case for the true ending final stage, but for these extra side endings, some of these are actually the most simple in the game. Like this one, if I remember correctly, it ends after you defeat both Shiki and Setsuna, which are both available right away, and neither are particularly strong. So it's a pretty easy, well, I say neither, but he is rank 9, but he's very easy to stun lock. But it's a very easy stage, despite what you would probably expect based on it being the final stage of this character ending route. And I am getting so many scissor resets, despite that not even being my goal for this run. Yeah, it is definitely possible to lose this stage from INA fully capturing your base. Not just reaching it, but also capturing it. But it's a short enough stage that that's usually not too much of an issue. But it isn't impossible to be a problem. Just not likely. And there is the end of this New Game Plus run. Hopefully the next run we will actually get Millennia, Xiaoyun, and Sophie all on the team at the exact same time, because that is what I need for what I believe is the final dramatic battle. But getting all three of them on at the exact same time isn't as easy as you would think. You do have to go down a specific route and get specific characters. And I'm not sure what the exact route actually is that I need, so... Now, Opuna is at max, which is pretty much useless, but it is still neat. And everyone else is at OE strength 4. Well, something really funny about the ending cutscene for a lot of these endings is that it is who shows up in the cutscene is dependent on what characters you have. And so for the first few runs, Opuna would never show up, but once you've unlocked him, he will just always appear. And he'll usually appear front and center, so he's right there in the middle of the camera without even existing for the first 2/3 of the game's runs, if you're playing normally. Or actually, not even first 2/3, possibly every run. If you're only going for achievements, it's very possible to unlock Opuna as the last thing. And if that happens, then you'll really never need to play him.
強は俺だ。
シエソー殿こそ見事だ。あのカウン殿の上司
Yeah, I've already maxed out regard on everyone for Zhao Yun, so I will not actually be playing as Zhao Yun at any point during this run. After this little intermission at the very beginning where he's required. Instead, I will be swapping to probably either Lubu or Wang Yuanji temporarily.
責任は果たす。待って、私は化け物の仲間じゃない。
I don't know why she just didn't even try attacking during that, but alright.
あの
Time to swap, and I guess I'll swap to... Who's Wen Yuanji? It's probably good. She's very overpowered, an incredibly good character. Actually, never mind. I guess she already... I guess in that case, I'll swap to Lubu. Well, never mind. I guess I have all these characters maxed out on everyone, except... Zhou. Okay, Zhou does too. In that case, I guess fuck it. I'll just go with Wang Yuanji, and then equip
私の役目。
Opuna, and then these three. Temporarily, and as soon as I get another character, I will swap to them instead. Okay, now, before I continue with this specific new game plus run now, I'm going to take a quick BRB to refill my water. I've drunk through all of it in the last 2 hours or so of streaming. We've been going for quite a while. My goal, and I don't know if I actually will end up being able to do this, but my goal is to be able to at least get that final achievement before the end of the stream. If I can do that, absolutely a very successful session. But if I can't, also not the end of the world. So yeah. BRB in just a couple minutes. Won't be away for too long. Okay, and I have returned. However, before going back to the game really quickly, I am actually going to look up and see if anyone online has made a guide on what quests you need to do to unlock specific characters, because I need Mania. And Money is the main problem character. I can get Sophie and Zhao Yun incredibly easily. In fact, I already have Zhao Yun on this run, but even Sophie is very easy to get. The only problem is Mania. Oh wait, I forgot, the game itself, I believe, literally has a guide in game. I completely forgot about that. I've never used it. I do believe it is a thing, so because this wasn't even necessary. In that case, let's see. Battle rumors should be here. Okay. This is the question mark one. Don't defeat the monster. So I didn't do this one, I suppose. Which, yeah, this is the. This should be the Millennia one. The Time Noids versus Humans. So I actually have. Wait. Why is this one listed as question mark? I don't know why this one is listed as question mark, because I've done these in previous runs. Is it because I haven't done it on Tamaki's route specifically? Because if so, that would be very odd. I guess that's why? Okay, I assume that's why. That means I have to do the monster's identity and shocking truth in order to unlock this, but I also need Millennia. And that's the real one that's actually the problem for getting. I really don't need to do this for this battle since Wing Yuanji already has 3 of these characters maxed, and Opuna, the one she doesn't really matter. As you can see though, the light attacks that Wang Yuanji has are completely broken. I would say that Wang Yuanji is possibly the best character in this game. At least a heavy contender for being the best, and it is entirely because of her light attacks. Her heavy attacks, they exist, they're fine, but those light attacks are so fast and do so much damage that they're incredible. They make up for any downside in the rest of her kit. I guess this one that I'm going for right now, the Time Noids versus Humans dramatic battle, I suppose is not the only one that I have left to get. The other ones that are question marked out though, I know I've gotten them before. The one with Lu Bu and William, I've done that one several times. I guess it has to be in Tamaki's story though. It can't be on the True Ending route or any other route, I suppose, which is very odd. I don't know why it counts it separately per thing. Or at least I assume it does, that's what it looks like. But I know that I have done that before, at least on other routes. But for now, I'm still just going to be prioritizing the one that I'm here for. Those other two I'll get if I see them, but otherwise, I'm not gonna worry about them for now. Couldn't be necessary. Hopefully it's just a weird quirk of the game, showing those as question marks, because I know I have done them. It just may have been on other routes, not on the Tamaki route, possibly. And if it is, then that will mean I will have to do quite a bit more grinding. And I do not wish for that, so... Hopefully those are not counted separately. Again, I'm not sure why exactly they're question marks. Maybe all dramatic battles are shown as question marks on a New Game Plus run until you've done them. Maybe that's why? It'd be very odd if that was the case, considering that no other battles do, but I suppose that could be why? Be my only guess as to why those aren't showing up, other than it just being route dependent. So very surprised, we have not gotten a single hot springs crash even once in the last couple of streams. We didn't have any last stream, we haven't had any yet this stream. Okay, this time I'm just going to go for the necessary characters to try getting this through with as quickly as possible. I'm gonna go for Sophie here. Probably gonna ignore Oka, at least for now. I always forget that those guys spawn at the top there. I usually take it out pretty much instantly once they appear, but the dialogue took long enough to happen that I completely forgot about them. The one downside to Wang Yuanji's light attacks is they don't stun the enemy at all. They provide basically zero knockback. However, it's not really much of an issue in her case. She has a high enough damage output that in 90% of cases, you will kill an enemy before they can attack anyways. So it just doesn't really matter too much. He is very broken. An incredibly unbalanced character. Also, I went the wrong way for this, so hopefully they do not reach the exit before I can catch up to them. Been doing very poorly at this particular stage. And it's been quite a while since I've done it. Okay, it wasn't too much of an issue, luckily. Damn, I've been going the wrong way this entire stage. Almost every objective I ended up going the wrong direction. It is very obvious that this is one of the hero battles that I have not done in quite a while. Because usually I just go straight to the true route to get everyone all at once. I usually don't bother going out of my way for this one.
すごい威力です。門まで吹き飛ばすなんて。これで進路を阻むものはなくなりました。皆様、進みましょう。よーし、攻めちゃうぞ。
まだ生き残っていたなんて。私がさばいてやる。
援軍が来たようだな。全軍進め。敵を押しつぶすのだ。いいぞ元気。その調子で雑魚どもをしおいてやれ。
いい流れね。
是非もなし。たとえ慈悲を請おうとも今さら聞き入れはせぬぞ。来たよ。いざ参る。つまらん。この戦場には飽きた。
敵将討ち取った。やったね、勝ったよ。まあ、まあ。
Okay, I've never really checked these battle rumors too much. It's never really felt too necessary, but they are actually quite useful. Also, yeah, this right here, this is the battle rumor that I need. I'm gonna assume and hope that it just question marks out all dramatic battles that you haven't done this specific run, which would be very odd. But I'm going to assume that's it. And I guess I also haven't done this one. Or if I have, then it's also questioned out for some reason. But yeah. This right here, this one that requires becoming friends with Xiaoyun, Sophie, and Monia, this is the one that I need. This is the one I've been working for. And it is a little bit annoying to get getting Monia on my team at the same time as the other two.
真意が知りたいなら尋ねるしかない。刹那殿のところへ行きましょう。
刹那兄様に会うのは怖い。でもきちんと向き合わないと刹那さんのところへは行かせないわ。
I think for these next few battles, I'm pretty much just gonna run straight to the main objective. Not gonna be going out of my way to use hero skills more often than necessary. Not truly. It's not really needed at the moment. And I just kind of want to hurry up and get to the end of the route so I can unlock that dramatic battle as quickly as possible. Don't want to spend too long on this run, more than necessary. I don't know why exactly they put a gatekeeper in front of this keep when you still have to go around this way whether you open that gate or not, because the second gate will not open no matter what. It's a very, very odd decision. Yeah, as you can see, even though I'm way lower rank and it's not stunning him at all, it was absolutely draining his health pretty quickly. Her damage output is surprisingly high considering how high her attack speed is, and it results in her being arguably one of, if not the most broken character in this game, which is a pretty high bar as it is. She is very good. Wen Yuanji is an incredible character. However, in my opinion, she is slightly boring. I don't hate her, but she's not my #1 favorite for sure. But she is very, very good despite that. Definitely a very efficient character, whether I find her particularly fun or not. I never noticed that Oibu has a special print on his towel. Never really looked too closely, but it is a neat little detail. It's not just the exact same towel texture as every other character's. It's always something. Bit of an interesting thing in this game to notice, I suppose. I am going to swap back to Sophie though, since she's one of the 3 characters I need for the final mission anyways. The dramatic battle.
あの男が腕輪泥棒です。
Yet another hero mission that requires waiting quite a lot of the battle is just waiting for your allies to finish their dialogue. That way the stage can actually catch up.
戦うには腕輪が必要なのです。そうだったのですね。わかりました。必ず腕輪を取り戻しましょう。
バカめ、腕輪はとっくに仲間に渡した。今頃はお頭が持ってるはずさ。
Just have to sit here standing in circles for the next few seconds until this gate finally opens. This is unfortunately a lot of this game's playtime, and it's why I generally resort to doing random battles as opposed to story battles while doing grinding, because story battles, while slightly more interesting to actually play, even if not that much, they have a lot more waiting, much less opportunities to get hero skill resets. So hero story missions are not the best for doing regard grinding, unfortunately, as boring as the randomized stages are. Do.
私はただ前に進むだけ。そんな、どうすれば。さあ、行きましょう。
まあすぐに終わらせるさ。
Yet another stage that ends off by taking out Setsuna, as a lot of the stages in Tamaki's route. Most of the story stages do end with taking out either Setsuna, Tamaki, or Shiki, depending on what route you're on and what the exact stage is, but I feel like a lot of Tamaki's early route specifically, most of them are defeating Setsuna. There are some with Shiki instead, but most are targeted at him instead. Yeah, if a character is blocked out like this, what you need to do is do a couple of random battles to extend your lit up area of the map to cover them. Because otherwise, they will not show up. You will not be able to do the battle. And see, this is exactly why I like doing the New Game Plus resets, to get these requests, because that one not only increased Xiao Yun's level, but specifically increased it up to max. I would have had to bring him into another full battle to get that last tiny bit of regard he needed. But because I can instead just do these, it makes it slightly faster. It's a slight increase in efficiency, and there is the trade-off of having that beginning part where you only have limited characters to grind regard with, but depending on how you play your cards, that's not too much of an issue anyways. What's the... Okay, I guess I should go after Mitsunari now. He is usually needed... Usually you need specific set of heroes in order to tackle certain main story quests. You can't just immediately go from one story quest to the next in all situations. Sometimes you can, but it depends on who you start with and what the exact quests are you're going for. Usually though, you will need to at least do a bit of a detour to unlock a couple of extra characters though. As I've mentioned several times before, this stage is very bad for this specific mission type. The Rescue Allies mission kind of sucks on this map. It's too big. Any huge map like this is a massive pain in the ass to do this type of quest on. It's been maybe a minute, maybe two, and Okuna is already in trouble, and he's on the other side of the map. Like, it's not gonna be too hard to get over to him. I was already on my way there, but it is very obnoxious. It is very possible that despite him just now getting in trouble, he could potentially die before I even can walk over there. It's so obnoxious. Even when it doesn't actually happen and he does survive, it's still really annoying just having to worry about it in the first place. Because not all stages are like this. There are a lot of much smaller stages where this type of mission is much better on. In this particular case, these massive stages, I don't know why they even make it to where these stages happen. These missions happen on these stages. They're too big. They are too large for this mission type. And there are some stages where ally rescue missions don't happen on. Yet this is not one of them. This is one where it does occur. I don't know why. It's such an odd choice. I suppose having one or two large stages acts as a bit of an extra challenge, but they're not really that much more challenging. It's mostly just boring. It's so much walking, and if you lose, it's not like it adds much more difficulty. It's just, if you lose, you have to redo what you just did. And most of what you just did that you're redoing is just walking. It's not difficult, it's just annoying.
あなたを見ていると私も元気をもらえる。
いい感じ。申し訳ありません。手を貸していただけますか？
And now I can go after Mitsunari. Doing that small random battle opened up a bit of an extra path. And I just, wait, did I choose the wrong battle? I think I may have chosen the wrong battle by accident. Okay, yeah. Why is he directly on top of an ally garrison? Like, they are taking up almost the exact same spot. Fucking, I know what Mitsunari's mission is, and that was not it.
ぜひ我らと来ていただきたい。お誘いは痛み入る。得体の知れぬ奴のために働きたくはないの。なんという傲慢なもの。ならば力ずくでも来ていただく。
I will say in this little detour to try out Sophie a bit, she has actually grown on me. My opinion of Sophie's playstyle before was that she was kind of not necessarily bad per se, but a bit mediocre. She kind of just existed, nothing too special to her aside from the elemental gimmicks, which are cool in concept, but in practicality don't actually add that much to her moveset. And all of her attacks are very similar to each other, but she has grown on me. She, despite having a fairly basic moveset that's not too interesting, nothing special still, but it's alright despite that. Relatively simple, nothing too unique or amazing, but fun despite that. So I do actually like Sophie a bit more than I did previously. Now that I'm in the New Game Plus runs, something I've been slightly considering doing, although I'll probably save it for a bit later once we're a bit more exhausted of the regard grind for other characters. Something I've been considering doing is this game does have a page on speedruns.com, and it has one recorded run for a New Game Plus or regular New Game run, but I don't think there are any New Game Plus runs, or if there was only one. So something I'm considering doing is, since I'm gonna be playing this game so much anyways, and I know pretty fast routing if I just want to get to an ending, something I am considering doing is just a single attempt at a relatively fast speedrun for New Game Plus. I feel like that would be somewhat fun. It likely wouldn't result in an amazing time. It would be very easy to break that time and do better, but it would be a fun little thing to do once. Just to try out a little bit of speedrunning for this game, since its speedrunning scene is basically non-existent. it'd be neat. Be a very neat little thing to try. And it'd be a distraction away from the typical regard grinding.
策とおっしゃっていましたが。
秘策などない。ただばったりをかまして敵を脅しただけだ。援軍として参りました。
Mitsunari really is the king of wine. Doesn't have any extra plans, he just wanted to hear them.
そこで次の手、敵の装備を奪い工作兵に着せてくれ。騒ぎを起こさぬよう秘密裏に頼む。
いい感じ。
あの人の能力は大したもの。でも言い方で損をしているようね。
やるなあ、眩しいじゃねえか、おい。
私無双の錬金術師になれたかな。
I like how it says the way of the engineer's path is blocked, because it assumes that you haven't captured that base at that point. And there is also an extra enemy there as well, just in case you have, but it's a single enemy general. And if you want, you can absolutely, especially on lower difficulties, you can just ignore them, and eventually your allies will just take out that enemy general and it will progress normally. In fact, I think it's literally progressing normally right now. Wait, no, never mind. That little bit of dialogue I assumed was progression, but I suppose not. Yeah, you do have to take out this one swordsman captain. However, they're very easy to take out. I was literally able to one-shot them. And if you just leave them alone, it will take a few minutes, but your allies will take them out eventually. You can't just go around capturing other bases if you really want to, and would prefer spending your time doing that instead. Yeah, as you can see, Jokang's speed increase is quite significant. You get multiple speed increases all at once. You can go crazy fast. Yeah, at this point I just need to wait until, yep, there. The engineers have to manually walk all the way over there, and so you kind of get a bit of free time to just do your own thing. As usual, a lot of waiting within these stages. And I've already cleared the path, so Mitsunari shouldn't have any issues just walking over on his own. I should not need to actively escort him. I can just go over here and fight a couple of other enemies. Like this yellow archer. In fact, I'm not entirely sure why there are even yellow enemies on this stage. I suppose it's because the engineers kind of confused them and now they're fighting each other. I guess it's for that, but there's so few of them. There aren't any major generals that are yellow enemies. It's only minor ones. So and they're all along a path that you would never go. So I kind of feel like there's not really much of a reason for them to have actually made them yellow units. I mean, I guess it's cool that they did. Didn't just keep them all red, but considering this game, I'm surprised they didn't just keep them all as red units instead. And I guess I have to get Oka as well now.
そんな。趙雲様は危険です。急ぎ救出に向かいましょう。それにしてもあの趙雲様を追い詰める方がいるなんて。
待たれよ。落ち着いて私の話を。
Probably won't keep the stream going for too much longer. We are already past the 3-hour mark. I do want to, at the very least, either unlock Millennia and do that dramatic battle, or if we can't unlock her, then at least get to a point where it's very obvious that we won't be getting her. But I would love to actually unlock her.
危なく覗きが見つかるところだったぜ。誰だか知らんが罪をかぶってくれてありがとうよ。
ひるみはしない。趙雲様、ご無事ですか？覗き魔に仲間がいたとはな。ちょうどいい。まとめて撃つ。
Same as last time we did this stage, she uses her hero skill right away and we just have to circle around her until her shield goes away eventually. But it takes quite a while to do that. Finally! Like I said, it takes like a full 30 seconds or so to go away, so it does indeed take quite a while.
奴を倒せば族は壊滅するはず。
正面の賊は数が多く、かなり手強そうだ。奴らは私が引きつける。その間に君たちは背後に回り棟梁を受け。
一人残すわけにはいかない。私も共に戦おう。
勝手にしろ。ソフィー殿はいつも一生懸命ね。私に手伝わせて。あなたを見ていると私も元気をもらえる。いい感じ。
あの女俺に気づいてねえみてえだな。今日よかった。よし、次の標的は決まったぞ。
敵の別動隊が趙雲様たちを狙っている。このままでは趙雲様たちが挟み撃ちに。放っておいては危険です。いい感じ。正面突破だと。信じられない。君たちは一体何者だ。そうですね。覚悟しろ。
Luckily not a very long stage, despite being one that we have to do pretty much every run. An annoying stage to do, but at least one that's very simple to get out of the way.
趙雲だったか。そのすまない。すべては私の勘違いだったようだ。それなのに私は君に数々の暴言を。この罪どう償えば許してくれる。
This is a pretty cool little structure over here. That's nice. That's neat. Some nice grass as well. I like the color of it. Very neat.
承知した。玉木。
Okay, now looking back at battle rumors. Let's see. So for this one, need to do monster's identity and shocking truth. Truth and memories. That to become friends with Oro.
馬さん。
Repeating pretty much the exact same set of hero bows as we did last time. Is the most unfortunate part of having to redo this to hopefully get Monia this time, because a lot of these hero battles are either required or at least potentially required, who knows, or unlocking other characters, which means Monia.
捜索中に自分も迷ってしまいました。進んでも進んでも同じ場所に戻ってしまって、もうヘトヘトですよ。
君で視界が悪い。注意して進もう。
化け物だ。増えた。
やはりこの森は異質だ。何者かが幻惑の術を施しているとしか思えない。
びっくりした。こんなに暗くては危なくてすみませんよ。
If I remember correctly, defeating those Ouroboros aren't really necessary, because I believe they will just keep respawning.
まるでバカさ
Could
れ
be wrong about that. Been a while since I've actually went out of my way to attack those on this stage. I usually just run to the finish.
これは霧の壁か。無理に進まない方が良さそうだな。
You know, I think it's these ones that will constantly
花
respawn.
は私を誘っている。イリエ、試しに穴の方角へ進んでみよう。
俺にも戦わせろ。
敵将やっつけたよ。
誰か助けてくれ。
声が聞こえる。おーい、どこにいる？
ソフィー殿はいつも一生懸命ね。あなたを見ていると私も元気をもらえる。
いい感じ。
どうかお助けください。ありがとうございます。もう二度と出られないと思っていました。
こいつら強いぞ。まずい、このままでは。
勇敢なお嬢さん、少し術を強めてみるから時間稼ぎを頼めるかい？
お嬢さんではないが、その任務受け持とう。
俺はダリウス。この森に住んでいる。留守の間に怖い思いをさせてすまなかったね。今奴らに暗示をかけているんだが、彼らには俺の術が効きにくいらしい。
敵が弱くなる。
As usual, just waiting at this gate until they stop talking.
そういえば、
Yeah, if you can't tell, I do not really like the story missions in this
その
game.
不思議な力。
They're kinda ass, both in terms of objectives and also just
それは
fun.
難しいね。
If you do them too quickly, you will end up waiting for sometimes full minutes for the dialogue to catch up with you. And
さあ、
these stages are very easy, so doing it quickly enough that that happens is an incredibly common occurrence.
だね。
Even in a normal playthrough, even if you're not in New Game Plus but you're in your first run, it is very possible that that will happen frequently. because this game just isn't hard in general.
怪しいところにいるさて化け物の仲間か
まずいな。敵は火を使おうとしている。森を焼かれたら民を連れて逃げるのは困難だ。
これは鬼の仮面の出番かな。お嬢さんたちまた手伝ってくれるかな。そいつを捕まえてくれ。俺が暗示をかける。俺の目を見る。さあ元いた場所に火をつける。
Oh, this time I defeated them quickly enough that I was able to kill all 3 engineers. I like how it still says I persuaded them when I did not persuade a single one of them. I killed all 3 of the engineers before the story could even catch up. They are all dead.
敵は大混乱のようだね。そろそろお引き取りいただくとしよう。
前向きなのは結構だが、ほどほどにな。
That is one hero mission down.
帰ってくれたね。君たちの協力のおかげだ。さあ、お嬢さん。帰り道はエスコートしよう。
ありがとう。どうも調子の狂う男だな。
ねえ。
ダリウス。
There's Horo, which is the one that I needed to get. So Horo should be the next hero battle, and after that, the path towards the next actual necessary battle for Monia should appear, hopefully. And there's a request complete. And Joe Kang is here. Nice, nice. Getting a decent amount all done at once.
どうも 悪いどうも
You know, something I didn't think about is, considering the weird representation in this game, I'm surprised that aren't more, like, typical well-known Koei and Tecmo characters. Namely, Fatal Frame. Fatal Frame doesn't get any representation in this game, which is slightly odd. I feel like in Japan especially, that series is, I mean, it's not a super mainstream series, but I feel like people know it better than like Deception or Opuna or a few others here. So it is quite strange that Fatal Frame doesn't get representation. There are a couple series as well that are a bit surprising, but just off the top of my head, I would have expected a protagonist of that series to be included.
ここは未来の領域。よく再現されているな。
I guess the closest thing to Fatal Frame representation that is in this game would be Ilaiya. She's from Deception 4, but to my knowledge, Deception 4 was directed by the director of the Fatal Frame games. So, you know, obviously still not a Fatal Frame game, but it is at least, there is at least a slight connection between them. So it's more than nothing.
賊を追い払ったら食事にしよう。
実はかわいそうな腹 腹ペコのお嬢さんに用意していた料理をあげてしまったんじゃ。予備の食材もあったんじゃが、山賊に奪われてしまって料理ができない。
それはひどい。この辺りには山賊がたくさんいた。ということは奪われた食材も近くにあるはず。食材だけでも取り返してあげよう。その腹ペコのお嬢さんにも会ってみたいし。
ソフィー、気張りすぎて転ぶなよ。
いい感じ。
この村の食材は全て奪わねえとお頭に何されるかわからねえ。
食材を一部取り返せたね。他のものも取り戻そう。これで全ての食材を取り返せる。村長は料理をしてくれるか
先ほどいただいた料理、とても美味しそうです。我慢できないのでここで食べるとしましょう。
なんだかいい匂いがする。奪い返した食材でもう料理を作ってくれたのかな。
最優先司令と認めます。
いい感じ。
驚いたな。これがソフィーの錬金術か。
落ち着いて。俺たちは村長の頼みで食材を集めているだけ。よかったら一緒にどうかな。もっといろいろな美食を楽しまない？
魅力的な提案であると認めます。一緒に行きましょう。そうしましょう。
ここに料理名人の村長がいるらしいな。俺たちの腹も満たしてもらおうぜ。
さっきの山賊の仲間か。村長が危ない。
Last time I did this stage, I did not go the best route and ended up wasting a bit too much time and losing, but this time I'm going directly to the bandit leader.
食材とともに敵を引きつけます。その間に村長の安全を確保してください。
残念なお知らせだよ。取り戻した食材だけど
Sophie's special attack is such a good nuke.
傷んでしまった。
It's not one of the special attacks that are great for juggling or kind of AoE, I guess. It's alright for it, but it is a very good attack nuke. Or when enemies are at about half health.
そしたらバリバリ食べましょう。ええ。プラフタ。
Hey, you're gonna get Princess. Clear the monster's identity battle. Okay. For monster's identity, truth and memories, and then it will be millennia time, hopefully.
ご指名とあらば喜んで。
奇襲の準備をしていたら奇襲されるなんてね。まあ攻める手間が省けて好都合だわ。邪魔よ。
こ
ちらも好都合です。その怒りと焦りを私の頭にぶつけてください。フォロー、いくらなんでも無茶が過ぎませんか？
I don't remember if we've actually done this stage on this particular stream or not. I feel like we did, but it's also hard to tell exactly. May not have, because all of these stages do kind of blend together once you've done them several times. Oh, there are so few maps in this game, and even different stages have such similar objectives that they do often blend together quite a bit.
総員準備せよ。連携して守備を固める。
クラフト、もっと積極的に敵にぶつかるべきです。記憶を取り戻したいのでしょう？いえ、衝撃で記憶は取り戻せない。私の場合、錬金術のレシピを本に書き込めば少し戻りますよ。なるほど、面白いですね。しかし私には当てはまりそうにありません。
これ以上は危険だ。一時撤退する。
これがソフィーの錬金術か。
いい感じ。
俺の出番だ。まだ戦は終わっていない。増援の要請を。
皇庫の憂いは断つべきです。あの伝令、止めましょう。
Okay, I'm pretty sure we did do this mission earlier in the stream. Fairly certain at this point, because I remember mentioning that the messengers I don't think matter. Like, even if they do escape, I don't think it really matters that much. I don't think it results in a fail condition, although I could be wrong on that, but I do remember talking about that earlier. I do believe we did do this mission, but again, a lot of these story missions are so similar and there are so few maps that all of them kind of blend together in my mind. Hard to know for certain whether I've actually done a mission or not earlier in the stream. And I accidentally let Naotara use her special attack. Her hero skill is very obnoxious.
よくできました。いい子だね、ソフィー。
Hey, now we can do the monster's identity battle and then finally get Millennia. Now I hope that this will end up being the final dramatic battle that we end up needing to do. If not though, then I will have to check the log a bit more. But I do absolutely hope that it will be the end of that. We will absolutely not be done with the game. There will be quite a bit left, but...
そうですね。そうですね。いえ、そう。ああ。
See if there are any friendship events, and there is. Nice. What about hot spring events? Probably not. I feel like this one probably won't be, but it would be cool. Okay. No rumors. Shocking truth, which requires and then for this is the one I need, the Clockwork Princess. This is the one that gives us Mania, and after that we can do these. And then this will presumably be the last one I have to do. You are maxed out, so time to swap you out. Yeah, I did not expect this to turn into a Sophie regard grinding stream, but it kind of has. By complete accident, just because we have taken so long to finally get Millennia. I did not expect it to take quite this long. No, actually, I'm gonna check really quickly. How much progress have we made with Sophie? So of the characters that are available right now, this is not the full roster, not even close. We have actually made quite a bit of progress in getting them all to Confidant. Despite not being even the intention of this stream, we have made some decent progress on that. Not quite what I normally would make in a 3.5-hour stream, but you know, not quite bad.
私たちの知らない真実がきっとある。それに探らなければ絶対に。
化け物たちを倒してくれたのかレオイ。
すみません。
これがソフィーの錬金術か。私が出る。いい感じ。大将らしき2人が出てきたな。戦意を削ぐため二手に分かれて同時に撃破しよう。
うまくいったぞ。
魔物って私が知ってるのとは違うのかな。みんな魔物って言葉を避けてるような。
魔物の正体とやらが分かれば玉木と四季も戦わずに済むのだろうか。
I always forget about these little intros because the worst part of these that makes them so obnoxious is that if your ally is talking at the time, it delays it. Like it will put you into the like animation lock for the intro cutscene, but it will not actually play it until your ally is finished talking. It's just like it's such a minor thing, but it gets so tedious. It's a small problem that adds up when it happens over and over constantly. Now I can finally unlock Bonia and hopefully do the dramatic battle. I think as soon as I do that though, I will end the stream, but as long as we can get that done, I will consider this a success. Okay, there she is, finally. Okay, now, battle rumors. Intentions. Is that still on the map? I don't know. And I completely forgot to turn in the request. I feel like I always do that, especially after spending so long doing regard grinding and not even having requests. It's something I forget quite often. And honestly, this is kind of a waste. Zhao Yun's already at max regard, but I don't really want to manually swap to another character right now. I don't really feel like it. I want to go ahead and hurry up the Mania's location. I remember correctly, it's been a really long time since I've done this particular hero stage, hero battle. But from what I remember, this one's not too long. Doesn't take too long to take out Setsuna, and then I believe after that is the end of the battle. Then the dramatic battle should unlock, and we should be done. At least I hope. And finally that one unlocked. And I believe that is the final one we will need. I could be wrong about that though. I believe it is. And I very much hope that it is. Because if it's not, then I have no clue what else is. Unless it's this other one that is also listed under question mark, but this one requires me to complete a shocking truth, which means I have to do true intentions, as well as stay with Tamaki. So this one should be unlocked, but it doesn't seem to be. Or I guess because of the specific route I took, even though this one is red, it may not actually be an ending one. It may just lead into a slightly different route, possibly. Yeah, I suppose since the very specific route I took, that may not actually be an ending one, but rather a possible ending, but rather continuation instead. Yeah, I do not believe I've ever done this mission, which is why I still had it remaining. It's at least on a map that I don't hate, at least from this starting position. When you start from the very bottom left, those missions on this map suck. But when you start at the very top, this map is actually not that bad. Definitely not my favorite, but it's not terrible. It's not insufferable like a lot of other maps are. It's just fine. Trying to prevent her from using it, but I did not successfully do that. At least she's not a required objective, so I don't have to sit here and deal with her for the next few minutes, but it is still a bit annoying. I do wish I had been able to take her out right away. But it does give me a tiny bit of extra time to use my hero skills while they're available. I love when they activate their hero skills at the exact same moment that they're doing their intro, so the hero skill just doesn't do anything. It still locks you in that cutscene, obviously, for the intro, but you at least avoid all damage. I guess an extremely minor silver lining to being trapped in those little intro cutscenes for characters. Although I'd still prefer for them to just not be a thing at all. And that's the end of that battle. Okay, the achievement. Oh wait, never mind. Been paying so little attention that I didn't even realize. Oh wait, that's not even the mission that I'm on. I think I'm actually gonna swap to Millennia for this one. Because she is a character I have not played a ton of, very little, and I did not really love what I did play of her, but I feel like it would be fitting for this one.
私は敵を倒すだけ。パンチはない。
She's not terrible. She is mostly just a variation on Lagrena's playstyle, but one that requires significantly less thought to it. Less of a setup character and more of just a direct trap character. One that doesn't require any kind of setup to her. She kind of just uses her attacks normally, but stream has went on quite a bit longer than I expected it to be honest. I was expecting this to be like a 2-hour stream, because I was expecting to get it done in a single run, but because I fucked up the first run, I had to restart with a different run. But yeah, I had hoped to have gotten this mission earlier, much earlier. Unfortunately, that did not work out, so this stream is ending up about an hour or two longer than I had initially anticipated it to be.
すごい方。
ソフィー殿、無理をしていないか。危なくなったらいつでもそばに来るという。
ありがとうございます。お兄ちゃんがいたらこんな感じなのかな。
お兄ちゃん。頭が痛い。私には兄さんが。 なるほど。あなたは手だれであると認めます。
I'm gonna really quickly test out her moveset here because like I said, I played her very little. I don't actually entirely remember all of her attacks. They all have several stages to them, each of the strong attacks. Which means that it is quite a long follow-through animation if you go through her full rotation. Her attacks aren't bad though, they're just... I like Lagrena's more, and they're a bit similar. But they are definitely not bad by any means.
先ほどの恩返しに来ました。今助けるのでお待ちください。
なぜ人間が助けに。わからない。
The game needs to catch up on me defeating all of those enemies.
あとは残りの敵を倒すだけです。今だ、攻めかかるぞ。
私も戦わせてもらう。私に手伝わせて。
私の名はマリーローズ。よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, her special attack is summoning a giant train. So that's pretty cool. It's a very neat special attack, even if the rest of her kit isn't amazing, but specifically her special attack is pretty great. She's also amazing as a support character, because her hero skill summoned a vacuum, and it's a pretty wide-ranged vacuum that's also very strong and lasts for like a full 10 seconds. So it's actually pretty great for crowd clearing. Unfortunately though, that is of course as a support character, not as the main player character. And that should be the only dramatic battle I've never done. As far as I'm aware. There may be a hero battle, or not a hero battle, a story battle that was still question marked out, and I may not have finished that one before. I'm not entirely certain, since that one is still question marked out. Okay, the achievement did not pop, which means that most likely what it is that I did not do. I've likely never done this one down here, which means I have to do a shocking truth, which means I have to clear true intentions, and then select stay with Tamaki. And then these three, these are fake. I know I've done these before. I guess for dramatic battles specifically, they just don't show up until you've done them in the same New Game Plus run, which is very odd. That does not apply to any other ones, but I guess it does here. Which means, I guess I'll go here first, but after going here, that means that I will need to go to the next story battle, and then choose to stay with Tamaki. Hopefully that last one that's question marked out of the story battles, hopefully that one is the last one that I need for this. If not, there may be more in other character routes, but I'm surprised that I didn't do that story battle though, because I know I've gotten all of the endings. I've gotten every story ending. So I would have assumed that it would have required doing every story battle for every story ending as well, but I suppose not.
玉木は本当に胸を痛めている。なぜ刹那は彼女と戦う？奴の本心を知りたい。
ごめんなさい、私からは何も言えない。でもただ見守るだけが優しさじゃないわ。
こんなところで邪魔されるなんてね。なかなか刹那さんの思い通りにはならないもんだよ。
天界の道は険しくないよ。確かだね。
あなたに罪はない。ただ私の前に現れたから。
ありがとう。あなたたちのおかげで味方を助けられた。刹那さんのところに案内するわ。彼がどうするかは私にもわからないけど。
あなたがいたから倒した。ただそれだけ。
いい感じ。
This is one of the rare cases of I wish it did actually play the full cutscene animation for her special attack, because it's one of the few that I do actually really like looking at. It just summons a giant fucking train to vacuum up and then kill every enemy in the vicinity.
見事な戦ぶりだ。
いいならね。以前戦った時、刹那殿は玉木殿を本気で攻撃していなかった。
Also, I never noticed that on her C6, her final special attack, or not special attack, heavy attack, it like puts a fire under the enemies, and they do like a special little animation. They have a little dance they do, and I did not know that that was a thing that happened. But that is very interesting. She not only has her own animations, but gives the enemy opponent a special attack a special being attacked animation on the final hit of hers. That is very interesting.
あ
そうね。
あ、そうだな。
ええ。
そう
そう。
Hey, hopefully the story mission I need should be unlocking soon. Wait, no, I think it was it? Yeah, I need a shocking truth first, which means that's unlocked now. And then hopefully this will become available as soon as I've done that one. So... and I need to not defeat the extra monster that appears on there, because this game does not have very many extra optional objectives that actually have relevance to the story. But there is one single extra objective in this entire game, and it is on a shocking truth. There is a yellow opponent that will appear in the middle of the battle, and if you defeat them, you get like a fragment of the story relic thing. And it's needed for the true ending, but if you avoid it, you don't get that, and that leads into some other events. Doesn't really matter who I pick at this point, since I'm not really going for regard grinding, and I'm also playing as a character now who I do not have anyone maxed out on, but I'm glad that through these extra little detours, we are making some progress towards at least filling out a little bit of regard for the few characters that I didn't really play much of before, and that have basically everyone at rank 1 regard. We are at least making a bit of progress on that front, and that's nice.
そうですね。せつなさんが皆さんとお話ししたいそうです。マリーがご案内しますね。
このまま動かねば膠着状態が続くばかり。罠と分かっていても飛び込むしかないか。
これでいい。
うまくいきました。信長さん、お願いします。
任せる。お主らは袋のネズミよ。
That particular, something I did not notice until now, because of that special animation it puts the opponent into, that final attack is actually pretty good for stun locking the opponent. Just because while they are in that animation, I do not believe that they can use any kind of special attacks, or just anything in general. They are locked into that animation. That is a nice little extra feature of that attack. Does result in it probably being her best attack to use against single targets, which is nice. She does have a bit of a strength in that area, I suppose.
これでいい。
よくやった。そのまま行け。俺が深く劣るとは。玉木殿をどこに隠した。許してくれ。知ってることは全部吐くから。口止めされてたんだ。小さい娘が2人あっちへ行くのを見たぜ。先ほどの三好と玉木殿急いで追わねば。
いけません。ここは危険です。私を置いて逃げてください。そろそろですね。ネグリナさん、お願いします。
いいだろう。
Finally, I get the actual full animation cutscene for a special attack. I don't know why we got the half animation so many times before this. Okay, would I like to go into Musa Rush attack, please? Okay. But yeah, that's one of my favorite special attack animations of the game. It just vacuums them up and then puts them down with a train. One of the most over-the-top ones in the entire game. I need to keep a closer eye on my health because where I have Lubu as one of my support units, his attack drains your health if you use it, and I keep forgetting about that, so I'm actually very low health, and that's not especially good. I need to either find a healing item or at the very least be very careful about my damage use, my damage taking. Hopefully a healing item spawns from here, and it does not. The one time I actually need a healing item and none spawn. Of course, always happens. Having to try so hard to prevent myself from using Lubu's attack right now, because if I do use it, it will likely get me killed. I don't want to use it, but it's kind of just muscle memory to always use it when it's available. Even though that is not a good decision right now. Okay, nice. Got Musou Rush right at the very end, so not an issue anymore. Oh shit, why the hell did Xiao Yun instantly go from rank 1 to rank 4? How did that happen so quickly? I don't feel like I used him that many times. Alright, I suppose. I'm going to assume that this one that just appeared preparing for the inevitable, I'm going to assume is the one that I need that was question marked. So I guess on one hand, it's like, I guess I haven't done it before if it appeared there and was question marked before, but at the same time, I've gotten every ending, I believe, because there's an achievement for getting every ending, and I did get that, and also that's how you unlock Opuna. And this would presumably lead into an ending, so I don't fucking know. This game doesn't make fucking any sense half the time. But maybe if this does not have the achievement pop, then it will mean I likely have some that I did not complete in other character stories, Setsuna's or Shiki's. If I guess next time, because I will be ending the stream after that. This stream went on quite long. I did not plan for it to go anywhere near this long, but I do have stuff to do. So, but I wanted to at least get up to this point. Oh, this one's objective is literally just to capture 5 bases and that's it. That is incredibly easy to do.
上に勝負せよ。
少しでも玉木ちゃんの助けになれるなら。
俺が深く劣るとは。
あなたに罪はない。ただ私の前に現れたから。息つく暇は与えない。行くぞ。
マリーも行きます。
それでいい。裁きの時間だ。
Be the fifth base. I just need the dialogue to actually catch up for it to count.
やっぱり来たか。お前にはここでおとなしくしてもらう。
スマリー様、なぜこんなところに。このままでは挟み撃ちに。
I love when my attacks just go through the enemy, and for some reason they don't register. And that happens quite often. See, like that one. Like, yeah, it went beside her, but that still should have been within the range. And all of my normal attacks have been missing harness as well. Game is not very good. I know, big surprise. Something I've never said before and will never say again, but this game, unfortunately, not as amazing as I wish it was. A lot of its flaws really do start shining through once you've put this much time into it. Which I suppose is the case for any game, but this one, the flaws it has are really bad.
備えるんだ。
I assume killing Setsuna will end the battle, so... Okay, yeah. I feel like I've done that one before, but it did show up as a question mark, even despite being a story battle, so maybe not? I have no fucking clue. But either way, after this battle, we'll do a new game plus reset, restart it with Ryu, that way we can actually start grinding Ryu's regard next stream. Okay, yeah, that did not have it pop, so unfortunately that means that, did it show it here? Okay, no, these are friendship events, which I do want to check these really quickly. We got some stuff, but not a ton this stream. Wasn't really a stream focused on that. Records. Your records. Damn. Where the hell? Medals. Hey. I wish that I could check which battles I have done before now. I guess starting with the next stream, I suppose I'm gonna have to spend a while trying to get through every dramatic battle to figure out which one I have left that I've never done before. So, I'm gonna go ahead and start this one just so that I can have it started and prepared for next time. And then I guess I'll just keep like a manual spreadsheet of all of the ones that I went through on stream. That way I can keep track of it better, because I thought the Time Noise versus Humans one was the only dramatic battle I hadn't previously completed, but I suppose not. I'm gonna have to do spend a bit of time doing that for a while. For the next, at least next stream, possibly even a couple after that. This is going to be very annoying to go through, but it is required for a Steam achievement, and it also, well actually, I was gonna say, in the game tracks it, the game doesn't really track it that well. If it did, I would be able to see where it tracks it, but clearly it internally tracks it at least, because there is a Steam achievement associated with it, so.
Supposed to be in a place called Japan.
どうやら3人ともいきなりここに連れてこられたようね。あなたたちは人間？なら狩らなければ。それが役目なら。やめて。なぜ私たちを襲うの？なぜ？
Instantly take her out within seconds. Yeah, I am ending the stream here. I did want to start Ryu's run, and I do want to really quickly check what the battle glossary looks like for this route, because this is going to be Shiki's route, not Tamaki's. So it will be slightly different. There will be slightly different options available than with Tamaki's. Okay. I don't remember this. Okay, so these two are both listed as question marks. I'm guessing I haven't done these. I'm not sure. Okay. I don't know these. Okay. I'm not sure exactly what the exclamation mark means and which ones, like, I would assume the question mark ones means that I haven't done them, period, like even in previous runs, because that would make most sense, but I don't actually know if that is the case or not. So I'll have to kind of try figuring out what the hell all of this means. But yeah, this is the end of this stream. It's been hasn't been a bad one. The main problem is that the goal for the stream has went from very simple to I have no clue what the hell I'm gonna be doing, so next few streams will likely be less regard grinding and more trying to figure out which dramatic battles I have left, so been an alright stream. We did get quite a bit of grinding done with Sophie though, and a decent tiny bit done with Mania as well, so I guess it's successful in that regard. We did still get some progress done with regard grinding for those characters, so it's not completely unsuccessful. This wasn't a completely worthless session, but the main goal of the session has turned into a significantly greater investment than I had expected. So I think next stream I'm going to put together a spreadsheet of all of the dramatic battles, which ones I have done and which ones I have not. And we will go from there. But yeah, it was an alright stream. Thank you everyone who showed up. But next stream will likely just be more of going through said dramatic battles. It likely will be a shorter stream, by the way. This was meant to be a like 2-hour stream because I expected to complete the objective way faster, but it ended up being, I think this is actually my longest stream yet. Just because I did not want to stop without at least getting through that, the time noise versus humans, that dramatic battle. But next stream I will make sure is shorter. So yeah, it was fun though. Have a nice day, everyone. I will see you either tomorrow or later this week, depending on when I feel like it and also have the time. But yeah, goodbye, everyone. Bye bye. See you next time for probably more Warriors All Stars next stream. If not, I may do something else. But either way, bye bye.